What up? How you guys doing? Chilling, I hope. Oh shit, you guys are a little louder than normal. Turn that shit down. Sorry about that. I guess I have my volume a little, you know. That sucks. Sorry. Try never to do that to you guys. I feel like this is normally where you guys are about. Somewhere around there. Peaking at a little. It's actually peaking a little high. Anyway, let me know if that volume's a little off. It's messed up, man. Sorry. Hopefully you guys weren't like, dude, this is way too loud. Yeah, I think we're pretty good. Anyway. Yeah, man. So hopefully you guys are all doing pretty well tonight. Trying to see who all's in chat. Pretty quiet tonight. Actually, it looks like a bunch of other people are streaming, so that makes sense. Anyway, tonight we're kind of get started doing this Melody 96 right here with MK Ultra foam in it. I'm gonna do a silent build. I never actually built one of these, and this one already has hot sockets in it. Or mil max sockets, actually. Should be fun. Whatever. I think we're gonna have a good time. And I think it's gonna look really cool. I didn't really remember how inexpensive these boards were when they were new, apparently. Like, really, really inexpensive. Incredibly so. Like, 200 bucks, I think, I want to say, for like the base kit. Sounds right to me. That's like pretty crazy. If I go to the GB page from January, it looks like the base kits were either 150 or 200. So this one had the acrylic bottom, so the base kit for this would have been $150. That's outstanding. These were actually a really good deal. I wish I knew. Well, January of 2018 though, I wouldn't have actually been in the hobby at all, so I guess it wouldn't have mattered. But I do remember seeing them for fairly cheap, like all around. So, I don't know. Would have been pretty good. Yeah, anyway, so I guess we'll get to building it pretty quick. Yeah, we'll take this whole thing apart and look at it, check it all out. I still have to lube some switches though. They are for sale currently. Are they actually? Oh, they're for sale still. Okay. I didn't realize that. Might have to like get one to give as a gift. They're so inexpensive. Are they actually that inexpensive? Rocky the Bull? Are they still like $150, $200 for the kit? I mean, I would prefer, honestly, this acrylic bottom anyway. If I'm gonna give it as a gift, in case somebody wants that glow action. Also, feel free to post the link if you find it. It's kind of wild. Huh. I don't know. That's kind of surprising, actually, that they're that inexpensive and they're still available somewhere. Kind of explains why they're probably still pretty inexpensive. I guess we'll start busting out screwdrivers. Yeah, little tiny Phillips. It's like, you want to build a 96. So I don't like 96 layout. I thought that I would love it. I thought that it would be like, heck yeah, end all be all kind of deal for me. Because it's all compact. It's got the arrows. It's got the numpad still. But I got that Kira hot swap when it was new, and not only did I not like that board, I think I decided I don't like that layout. Same guy, okay. Not like it, I don't know, I don't hate the layout, it just, I start running my fingers into the switches that I don't want to when I'm gaming and using the numpad, because that's how I roll. But I think those blockers are actually more useful than like I thought they were initially. I think that now they're more useful. I don't know, it's pretty nice. I mean, I can see some obvious machine marks on the inside of this thing. But it's still pretty good looking. And for a really inexpensive custom, I think it's a good alternative to some. If you don't want 60% or whatever, I think it's a great alternative to like KBD fan stuff. Who, I mean, I go back and forth sometimes on about like supporting or yeah. So there's some obvious machine marks here, like machining marks that could be cleaned up in this acrylic. But this is an extremely thick acrylic. Like really, really thick. I bet it diffuses light nicely. Of course it has that MK Ultra bottom foam. This is pretty well cut stuff. Fairly well, I believe. Get a before we get started with anything too crazy, got some new hopefully tasty waters. I haven't had one yet. Get some of that flavored water going. Blackberry. I don't have nails. There we go. The flavor's a little much, but the smell is fantastic. Yeah, it'll do. It'll definitely do. So I guess let's start getting the foam up. So we're not going to need that. And I know we're going to need to make a modification to the foam. Because customer wants to do ISO on it. Yeah, this is somebody else's board. So customer wants to use the 225U shift. So we're definitely going to need to cut that. I don't know if he wants to do stepped caps or not. I'm sure he'll join the chat at some point. But ISO should be good. Interesting. Weird. Yeah, the board is definitely for someone else. And a lot of the builds, so not all builds on my stream, plenty are actually for me, but plenty are also not for me. That's pretty much the way that works on my stream. Like, the majority are not my boards. And then, yeah, the foam is for sound dampening. Absolutely. It's foam above and below. It's just supposed to damp out, and it's like a neoprene material. Supposed to damp out any kind of like excess sound. And we're lubing up some Zilents tonight. So if you guys are not familiar with switch lubing, I'm gonna do that too and show you guys how that's done. I've got them all apart, so there's that. So we're not gonna be taking them apart, but we will be putting them back together and we will be lubing them. And they're hot swap, so we're not going to be doing any soldering or anything tonight. It should just work. And they look like they're pretty well done. Solder jobs. I mean, I guess we could try it. Why don't we test the board first before we do anything? So, all those LEDs do work. So that's good news. At least they work on... Looks like I see red and blue up. At least I don't see any green on. But we'll make that assumption for now. And then we'll open up switch hitter. And pull that up for you guys. Boom. Looks like it's recognized, so. Yeah. So I would not recommend using Mil-Max sockets at all. You know, like ever. But these are already in this board, so I don't think the customer probably sees a reason to remove. I'll pull up his build sheet, but I'm pretty sure the plan was not to. I do this, yeah. Okay. So those are in, and then this should be F12. Yerp. Hey, what up, man? Those Mil-Max sockets were installed by MK Ultra. He did a good job. They look really good, actually. The way that they're done. So I don't know what that switch is. One isn't registering so far. In fact, none of this row. Oh. Well, what's up with that? So, customer, just to, you know, make sure. Actually, I am seeing registration. I'm just not seeing them do anything. So that does something. That does something. You guys look in the bottom line. Yeah, so that does something. Does something. So yeah, just to verify, you want as standard of a bottom row as possible. I don't know what this does. Does something. As standard of a bottom row as possible. Standard everything else. Stepped or unstepped caps lock. I mean, I always go with stepped if it's not said, but given what you're using this board for, I wouldn't be surprised if you didn't want to do stepped. We're definitely gonna remap this to something different. Man, he put Mil-Max sockets in like literally every port. Okay. Go with stepped. All right, man. You got it. No idea what that one does. Maybe nothing, because, like I said, he pretty much soldered something into every one of them. I don't see anything happening on this bottom row, so it's possible it's just not mapped. Alt does something. Space. Lucky for us, it's hot swap and we're not soldering anything, so no harm anywhere. 225, that's what we're gonna do. That's not what we want. And then ISO. Man, this is going to be an interesting board when it's all said and done. Actually, what we want is that enter. So you guys are seeing red up there, and you're probably wondering what the hell's going on. And the red means chatter, and chatter is not a big deal with tweezers. What it means is the actuation happened and then released really quickly. And basically, sometimes when that happens with an actual switch in place, that's bad, right? Like it's chatter. Correct. Yeah, let's go with Staps. Yeah, it's crazy. Bought this board from him and he didn't really charge extra for the labor. That's impressive, man. Like that's if he soldered them in for you, like oof. I pretty much refuse to do that, to do Mil-Max sockets for customers. They're a pain. They take a lot of time. They take a lot of effort. So that's actually really good, man. Yeah, I had somebody actually contact me not that long ago, and he was like, "Will you do them?" And I was like, "No, I'll do all this other stuff, but not that." And for me, it really comes down to, it's not even that I won't charge somebody to do the service. It's that I think because of the fact that they raise up off the PCB, it's you're never gonna get as perfect of a service as I really want you to have when I build a board for you. But I think it's gonna be fine, and honestly I think it, like for an inexpensive board like this and for somebody who's new, like hot swap is not bad, so this whole thing is gonna be like a good situation, I think. That's fair, honestly. It really is. So I got all these stems. Oh, where do you want the Holy Pandas? Because you shipped Holy Pandas with this. That's actually... You shipped 4 Holy Pandas. So I have 96 switches. But 4 of them are Holy Pandas. Do you want them on the arrows? Or do you want it on like space, enter? Like... I don't know what you want them on. And I definitely need to know. That part is actually important. I don't know. It's hard for me to knock them though. Like honestly, they're good. They're good. If what you want is just hot swap, they're one of the better options. I still think hot sockets, Kale hot sockets, are the best, but mostly just for how easy they are. So these are the springs, and the springs are gonna get lubed with 205 grade 0. Switches are gonna get lubed with 3204 because they're tactiles, and honestly that's just a better move with tactiles, and that's what the customer wants anyway. I'm mixing up this lube because there's some oil separation sometimes. 205 grade 0. So customer wants a very light lube job. We're gonna take the excess from when I was wetting these down. I'm actually gonna wipe this off now that I've got lube all over the shaft of this little tiny brush. Is this board from that AliExpress page? I believe it is. Let me look at your link, and I will let you know. I told Rocky that he could post. So I mean, this is definitely that board in that it is the same basic board. I don't know if it's actually from this buy, but yeah, it should be that. So that one has a bunch of hot swap stuff available, hot swap layouts. So I'm gonna go with those are probably, it's probably using a different PCB in there. No guarantees, but guessing that's what's up. Looking at that page and I don't see it. Yeah, so pictures on that PCB use Kale hot sockets. So this doesn't have that PCB at the very least. Notorious. Does not have the same one. So here's what I do when I lube. We'll unplug this and we'll plug back into our Baka 60, which I love. Yeah, but it may have come from an earlier group buy, because this board was in group buy in like January of 18. So what we're gonna do is, now this container has been pre-charged with 205 grade 0. This is what I use for my spring lubing with 205 grade 0. So mostly it's just coated a little bit in thin 205 grade 0 coating, and we just spread a little bit on there from what came off this as I mixed it all up. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna lube up the springs to prevent any crunch or anything like that. So I tub lube my springs, I tub lube my stabs. Tub lubing is, I think, the way to go, because it's less effort and highly consistent and good stuff. Yeah, he sells the hot swap version, but it uses Kale hot sockets, not Milmax sockets like this. So springs are way less critical than switches. So this is kind of how I do it, right? I'm gonna paint the sides of this container and paying attention kind of to about how much I scoop on here to get on the sides. Now, it's not that much precision is not actually required for springs. Anybody who's super anal about their spring lubing is probably being anal about nothing, because this doesn't affect tactility of the switch much at all, or if at all. Very, very tiny, if anything. But it does affect the sound of the spring. So what we want is to coat kind of the side of that spring. Now I'm going a little heavier than I normally would, because we have quite a lot more springs. And I'm kind of looking at my consistency of this. Right, so I've kind of just painted a bunch on there. Used less than 1 milliliter. We could measure it, but I don't think it's that important for springs. And then we're gonna shake this all up. Kale hot sockets, yeah. It's not Milmax. Yes, correct. Yeah, and so the thing with Kale hot sockets, I think they're a superior hot swapping technology. The advantage is that they're going to come pre-installed on that PCB for the most part. All PCBs that have them, they're pre-installed. Not all, but most. So that's an advantage. Another advantage, well, that's really where the advantages end. It depends on whether the PCB still has PCB mount holes. Let me go back to it. Scroll way down until we got to it. So that PCB does still have PCB mount holes for the switches, which makes it pretty good. But in some cases that's not the case. So I'm gonna rebuild a Ducky You're the Pig pretty soon, and I've rebuilt an IKBC MF108 before of my own, and I'm gonna do a drop control for somebody. I've never taken one apart, so I'm totally interested in seeing it. Can only Kale switches be installed on them? Never done a build before. No, so there's only one type of hot socket or hot swap socket in general where only one type of switch can be used in, and that's the Otemu hot swap sockets. those are very much like Milmax, but they have a very small inside diameter, and so regular switches will not fit in them. But the Otemus have thinner contact leaf legs, and so those will. So what I'm doing right here is I'm just shaking the crap out of this tub, trying not to get it too close to the mic and be loud. And basically what we're trying to do here is just get all the lube that I put on the wall of this thing, or at least all the excess lube that I put on the wall of it, right? Because some of it's always going to stay on the container. Now, that being said, that's what I said when I said, now the edge of this container is already covered in a small amount of lube from doing this many times before. So presumably any springs are going to take off about the same amount. What we're trying to do is get a small thin coating of lube all over the outside of the springs, so that when they go in there, one, there's mass added to the outside of them that's grease that's unlikely to flow away like in a thin lube. So it'll, one, add some mass and damp sound that way, but two, it'll actually lubricate the contact between the inside part of that and the center post hole, the part that the stem rides inside, the outside edge of that. So you get a little less crunch. These are TX springs, so it's not going to sound super loud. But, you know, this is not a bad deal. Yeah, I appreciate that, Rocky. So that's where the advantages of Kale are. Also, there's only one size for the Kale hot sockets, so you don't have to give it a lot of thought. Like, anything made to fit Kale hot swap sockets, commonly referred to as hot sockets, will just fit Kale hot swap sockets. The end. There's no more to it, really. The same cannot be said for Milmax sockets. Because PCBs have holes in varying diameters for the through-hole components, they come in a variety of sizes. Now, you guys aren't going to be able to see this with any clarity because I'm not showing you on a microscope or something with massive amounts of magnification. However, there is a very thin film coating that I can see all around the edge of the spring of lubrication. It's incredibly minuscule amount of lubrication. Yeah, this is gonna have to be backstopped. So you guys can't really see it, and it's almost non-existent. So we could actually add considerably more to this. We will add just a tiny little bit more, shake it up a little bit more. Because why not? Like I said, the effect that the lube has on the springs is very minimal. We're going to be using 3204. Get off there. And that's okay that it touched that spring with a bunch. Because it'll all kind of shake out with the amount of force we're adding to this. Now the stems we are going to lube with something different. Oh yeah, always welcome for the info, man. The stems, Notorious XL, thanks for follow, man. I appreciate that a lot. I really do. So basically, the stems, which are in this, which is also pre-coated in lube with 3204, that we're going to be a little bit more careful about how much we add, and we'll do a little bit more selective because the customer wants a light amount. Now, I do have a relative formula for it because I have done experiments where I've measured precisely the amount of lube that goes on there, but this customer wants an amount of lube that minimally impacts tactility while just smoothing it out. In fact, his specific verbiage was Trebosis 3204 for the Aqua Zilents as much as possible without ruining the feel of the switches. So honestly, without changing the feel at all, you add a small amount. as much as possible without ruining the feel. So actually we'll go a little bit more moderate because it doesn't ruin the feel. If you do it really heavy, they'll get buttery, which is something that you may or may not want on a linear switch, but generally isn't that desirable on a tactile. So I think I know where to go with that. Like I said, I've done experiments where I'm really specific about it, but I believe that the best way to get it, because it's so uniform anyway, with a pretty minimal amount of shaking. Yeah, that's better. I like that. We just added a tiny bit, and I liked where it was kind of before. So with this, right, we are going to temporarily put this to a 5 grade 0 up. A way that you can do this without getting precise measuring is to take your tub. Now it's important that you know that this inner surface also gets coated in 3204 as we do this regularly. I'm gonna use a different implement for this. I'm gonna use a brush for this, like a specific brush that I use for this regularly. Use one of these. This is a number 00 brush. We're going to take this 3204 right here, which is a less viscous lubricant. I'm going to do something similar where we kind of mix it up, make sure there's no crazy oil separation going on. And I'm going to get a good coating on there of this. Now, we have 96 of these, which is less than before, or is more than before the last time I used this container. I'm gonna spread that on the inside. I'm gonna do that 3 times. 96 of these. So as much as will fit on the brush, reasonably, on the brush tip. Right, and honestly, we're probably going to come back and do a 4th. Nah, we're actually just going to do a 4th. He said as much without ruining the feel. With 96 switches, I know we're not going to ruin the feel with 4 thick coatings of this. Okay. So now if you look at the inside of there, there's a very spreaded coating, 96 stems. Right, we're gonna seal this back up. We're gonna put this on, and then it's gonna get much louder. So I have done this many ways. I've done it this way, right, where I shake it. I've also put this whole container inside a baggie, plastic baggie, and then put that whole thing into a rock tumbler and left it for like 3 hours to get. So this is pretty common, right? So basically the idea there would be to just get it the most consistent it can be. Now the reality is, in my opinion, wow, it's reflective on the camera but isn't in person. Anyway, the idea would be to get the most consistency possible. Now the truth is, if I do it this way, I'm going to mute the mic for a second. If I do it like that for a little while, and you just open it and you look, you already see a fairly crazy consistent spread on here. And I'll show you what I mean when I pull out, let me pull out a reverse tweezer. don't drop this thing. There. When I get it so the light catches it, I'm actually going to zoom in a lot. And then I'm going to crank the ISO just a little bit. Even on that center post, you're seeing really like even coating of this stuff. Pretty much everywhere. And that coating is going to even out. See if I can get the light to shine on that. Yeah, that. Yeah, so it's like super even with just that minimal amount of shaking. And my noticed feel is the difference is very low between that kind of a thing and basically tumbling it for hours and hours. Now, I'm going to shake it a little more. We're going to get it as consistent as we reasonably can in a minute or two. And then that's going to be that. We're going to start assembling these switches. And this whole process, if you're going faster than me, if you're not just rambling along here, this whole process is much quicker than taking... To give you an idea of how many 96 switches are. Right? Let's take a look. It's that many. So we don't really want to spend too much time doing that because it's going to take forever anyway. Oh shit. Typing like this because I don't want to bend the contact leaves. Yeah, so anyway, this is pretty much how we do this, and you guys are definitely going to find that F5 through F8 works for me a little Air Bison. I appreciate that, man. So yeah, so more tub lubing goodness, guys. All right, I think we're done with that. And that's honestly, it looks exactly the same amount of consistent to me. And you know, everybody has kind of their own technique. Some people think brush lubing is the only way. I disagree with them. And you can talk to some of the people who in fact do lubing that way, who have felt my lube jobs and agree that they're pretty good. So I would personally, I would say don't spend all your excess time doing it that way. Just do it this way. It's easier. Now you will use more lube than I did here if you do this exact same thing. The reason that you will use more is because you probably haven't pre-charged your container with a bunch of lube. You haven't done this same thing many, many times. I think this is the most lube we can put on here without truly affecting the feel of the switch. We could put more on without ruining the feel. We're gonna play a different playlist, but we could definitely put more on. Ooh, what's this? So we're assembling these lubing the switches, which is mostly done. Carne soup. and we're going to assemble them again, and then we're building hey, thanks for the follow, Carne Soup. And then we're gonna build Melody 96 with Aqua Zilents and 4 Halo Trues. So yeah, we got our springs. So this is actually gonna be the part that's kind of a pain, because the springs, and this is the downside to tub lubing springs, although these are spring replacements, so they were already kind of like this. They're gonna be bound up in each other. Right, so we're gonna place the springs here. Before I get too into this, I'm actually gonna take one of these, and this is where adding too little is a better deal than adding too much, right? Especially in tub lubing, because we can do this, we can feel them, and then if it doesn't work out or we didn't like the way it turned out, we'll just do it a little different. Just change it around. We'll add a little more, and that'll pretty much be that. We're gonna put this one together. Boop. And I want to hear it too, so. Yeah, I can't hear anything out of that switch, and it feels fantastic. So it's in a plastic plate, and it's a little loose. Yeah, there's no distortion to the feel on this at all. It just feels great, exactly the way we did it. Now, one of the downsides is that there will be lubrication on the top side of the stem. It's not harmful. It won't mess up your keycaps. It won't make them sit on there too loose or anything like that. They still fit on realistically just fine. Pretty non-impactful. If you really want to, you can clean that off. I don't usually. I mean, if a customer is really wants it cleaned off, I will clean it off with a towel. But even that isn't going to get rid of whatever slicking effect that Krytox has entirely. Because removing Krytox truly requires special solvents that are very expensive. So expensive they're effectively unachievable. Like, buy new switches and lube them again. Expensive. In fact, considerably more expensive than that, in fact. So definitely don't get this stuff on something that you don't want it to be on. Okay. Now we're gonna go back. Putting all these springs on, we'll put the rest of them on, because these feel good. Yeah, there's almost no change in feel in terms of the bump character, tactility loss, but you absolutely have a smoother feel. Now, I did not go heavy on them. Customer said as much as you can without ruining the switch, I think is what he said, right? What did he say? He said without ruining the feel of the switches. So we have preserved the feel pretty much in its entirety. Now, this part with the springs, you do it like I am, where you're using your finger to hold them and separate the springs. We'll get a little bit of lube on your fingers, but again, springs aren't the most impactful part in terms of feel, so I'm not that worried about it. These are TX springs and they're dead silent, lubed. So I'm pretty much loving it. So what about you guys? Any of you guys have any nice boards? I'm gonna do a couple OEM rebuilds here coming up. I'm gonna be doing a I'm gonna do a Philco into an AliExpress case build at some point. I'm gonna do a Ducky or the Pig rebuild with Zelios. I'm gonna do that drop control. That should be interesting. I'm curious to tear one down and take a look at it on the inside. I'm gonna rebuild. What else do I have coming up? I have an M65 rebuild coming up. M65A. I'm gonna build a Discipline 65. Ooh, that'll be fun. I have some other stuff in the works, and that's just customer stuff. And I have some of my stuff. Didn't come off. TSC, you have a nice keycap set waiting for you to have funds for a board. I know. I know you do. I am aware. And I can't wait to do you. Your board will be great. Doing your board will be fantastic. But for my mod, there will be special deals, you know? Because my mod is a good mod and gets stuff handled. Always taking care of you guys with the links and stuff. So yeah, these Aqua Zilents. So it's funny, I never really loved Zilents personally. I thought that I would love them also, and I think that Zelios are just better because the bottom out is not mushy at all, is not strange or doesn't feel awkward at all of a Zelio. On a Zilent, especially the V1s, and I had more V1s. I've had more experience with V1s on boards, on a regular basis at least, because I built my IKBC MF108 with Zilent V1s. I feel like there's a little bit of bottom out squish. V2s are not as good as Zelio V2s in my opinion, but they close the gap a lot. They're a lot closer to Zelio V2s than V1 Zilents were to V1 Zelios, if that makes sense. Little Air Bison. Gotta go to Costco run. Would you pop on GMK Mizu for a typing test? I think I can. My Mizu is on my Rukia, but I think I could handle that. Purple board, nice blues. I think that could be done. I think if you left me to my own devices, I would do GMK Eclipse with all of the purple mods. Let me know if you think that would be better, because then I'll do that. Because I do have all the purple mods for it. Purple accents, rather. But if you really, really want Mizu, I will do Mizu. Also, Costco runs are important. Get all those noms. So yeah, I think Sunday night views are working out a little better for me. I may have to do some other content on Wednesdays. In terms of streaming. Noms and supplies, yeah. And like I said, man, if you change your mind and you want that other set, I think that would look particularly good on the purple board. Would be the purple accent kits, but with GMK Eclipse. But I will do Mizu. As of right now, I plan on Mizu. Let me know if you change your mind. I don't know, I always try and match my sets to the board if I can, if it's just me choosing. I think I have a fair number of GMK sets to choose from though, with a wide variety of matching potential. That works out kind of okay. Yeah, I think it would work better with the purple accents for sure. I mean, Mizu is pretty, but purple board, man. They changed their mind. Yeah, I'll do that. I think that's the right one. Myself. Mizu is beautiful, but it's very light. It kind of fits well with, in my opinion, light colored boards. Better than dark ones. Like bright or light colors. Not bright, but light colors. Unless there was a board that had like the exact shade of blue, the mods colored blue of Mizu. I think that would actually fit okay. So these halo switches are gonna go on F5 through 8. Should be interesting. Should be interesting. Oh, I was thinking that I did one too few of these springs. I was worried. There we go. All the springs are in. Onto the stems. Yeah, so we're gonna get a really like consistent feel out of these, I think. And I think that the squish is pretty minimized comparatively, but you guys should definitely go for... You guys should definitely go, I think, for Zelios if you're not trying to make like a dead silent board. Which obviously was the intent with this board with all the MK Ultra foam, and he wants Band-Aid mods installed and the whole deal. We'll get to those Band-Aid mods after this and stabilizers. It would be golden. I love it when PCBs have like layout markers on them. I don't think this one does though. Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't have anything silk screened on it to tell you where the bottom row stabilizers go. On the top or the bottom. Bummer. Man, I feel like I'm woefully behind on the news. Like, I haven't been watching enough of anybody's news. Mechs on Deck or Top Clack. It's the worst when you feel behind. And I love both of those shows. What's everybody's like favorite set that's out this month? I'm so curious to hear what you guys are into, because there's so many good, in my opinion, sets out this month. Like, you got GMK Ashes, GMK Burgundy, GMK Moondust. Which, man, that's tempting. GMK Moondust. Trying to remember what else. I remember there being like 3 or 4 sets at least that I was really into. My brain is just partially engaged. What are you guys all looking forward to this month? Any particular GBs? Or saving up for something else that's coming out? A lot of my key money will be going towards stream stuff, like some modifications to this office, for instance. Tinfoil, what's up, man? How you doing? I got a question for you, Tinfoil. What is your favorite set running this month? And you know, what are some notable mentions in your opinion? Yeah, I mean, I'm excited for Burgundy round 3. I'm excited for Ashes. Moondust looks freaking amazing. Technically, I guess Ursa was running this month, right? It just ended. A lot of people were into that. I don't know how many people actually got in on Ursa. I wonder what Ursa actually sold. Do we have those numbers? I'm not sure they released those. I wonder what Dual Shot did. terms of numbers. Dual shot was pretty cool. I couldn't do it though. It's just too much. My whole wad was blown on Olivia last month. It was like, oh, $500 in keycaps. Boom. I'm excited that a lot of the sets that I was looking forward to this month are running with included numpad, so not an extra kit. Oh, Dark is running this month, but it's running with the numpad as a secondary kit. I'm not sure if I'll get it because all the sets that I want for Dark, like to support all the things I want, would cost like $260. I'm like, if I'm not gonna do it right, maybe I don't do Dark at all. Especially since I have the EPBT, basically that same set. Fuyu looks clean. Lynx, bro. Lynx. I'm trying to remember which one that is. EPBT is doing a mint, right? Oh, that's an interest check deck. That was actually an interest check. EPBT mint. I could see myself getting in on that if that ran. EPBT sets are so inexpensive, man. So inexpensive, it's hard not to like them. And I like PBT. Oh, Fuyu. Whoa. Yeah, it's like a pastel bento. Kind of. Obviously a lot of other stuff is different, but like it's like a lighter and more pastel bento. Almost. Just off the top of my head. Man, with a 96 key, if you're used to building like 60s and stuff, or even TKLs, it's like, man, this is a lot more switches than I'm used to. It really is. You really wanted GMK Umbra, but didn't have enough funds. Yeah. Umbra. So I think Umbra didn't have an included numpad kit, right? Pretty sure that was the case with Umbra. I really wanted it too, but again, I didn't have enough funds last month for anything but Olivia. Oh no. Switch down. Nope, no hair or anything on it. I think that's done though, right? Shocks, what up, man? How you doing? We have this keyboard going together. I'm not even gonna have to solder tonight, guys. No soldering required. Mostly because it's already soldered together. crazy. It's crazy talk. It's funny, I actually had some people that I had to interact with at my job, and they had like some kind of crazy project going on, and they needed a soldering iron. They had a soldering iron, but they had a really garbagey one, and I was like, ooh, that hurts me. Like, should I bring my soldering iron in from home? I did not, because, you know, that's work. But it was crazy. It's like, no, not that cheap one. Don't use that. You guys are wrong. I mean, I don't have like an amazingly expensive or amazingly rich featured soldering iron, but like, I mean, they had like a $15 Ace Hardware kind of special that had like, you know, a triangular like hilt guard kind of deal almost on it that had 3 LEDs at the points of the triangle, and the LEDs were so dim that they didn't even light anything. So I was like, what is this thing? Who makes this and why? Like, why would they make this thing? I guess it is what it is, right? Radio Shack, where it's at, bro. Yeah, no joke, dude. So bad. You made that mistake when building your weed. Radio Shack does have everything, except they don't exist anymore. Mostly. I mean, and they were soldering something together way more important than like a keyboard, you know? Something where it matters kind of a lot that the connections are good. I was like, just, you guys are doing this wrong. And it had like a gigantic tip on it. Like, I don't know, like the size of a number 2 pencil big, you know? Just really big. There's one here. Oh, is there? Where you're at? Okay. All the ones that are really close to where I mean, you're not that far from me, but all the ones that I know of that were really close to me shut down. Like there was one in my town, it's gone. There's one in the town nearest to my town, gone. I guess your town would actually be the one nearest to me that has one. Then. Want to become famous? Buy followers, primes, and viewers on follow on bot.com. What? I'm pretty sure we banned that guy. Yeah. Bot, please ban. Please ban that guy. I want to become famous. Shock's nice, dude. I feel bad for like having read that thing, whatever he had to say aloud. That's terrible. Why would anyone do that? They came in, they're like, this guy does not have a lot of people watching stream right now. Ban. Why would anyone buy that? Like, I feel like, so that is, by the way, highly against Twitch's terms of service, but beside that, they just ban people for finding out that they did it. And there are people that did get big doing that kind of thing. I don't know if that's why they got big. I'm sure it's not. It's just they did boost their numbers by doing that kind of thing. And even once they got big, like, Twitch messed them up for it, which, that's okay. I don't know if there's a way for or to report that person. I mean, there's obviously a way to like look at their account and report them, which I'm not going to do at this moment. Yeah, that's bad. Cuddy Rye, what's up, man? And Synchryuki, what's up? Has it already been asked? But do your Aqua Zilents have those loose leaf issues? These Aqua Zilents did have loose leaf issues when I took them apart. They're not mine, but they did have that. What I found was, for me personally at least, when I was taking them apart, I was using a key boss. So this deal was to push down and before snapping the top off, release the stem and let it come up all the way and then separate it, or just push down on the stem itself. If I push down on the stem and then let it ride up with the top housing, then the top housing would grab onto the leaf. The like between the top housing and the stem would grab onto it. So my advice is don't do that thing. But yes, they do have a very loose leaf. So I like this thing a lot more. Shocks the way this thing looks, but the flex in the plate, once I've got these tops on here like this, especially in the middle, allows them to kind of add vibration and try and rotate the top housing and stem assembly on the spring that's loose. It's not that bad, but it's a thing I don't think I remember experiencing with this. Good to know, thanks for the tip. Yeah, I mean, whatever, you can put the leaf back in, it's not like it's a problem, and all Gatoran top housings have these little nubs that push down on the leaf, so once you've got it mostly in and you're snapping it back together, it'll just hold it down appropriately. I don't think you have to worry. It's just a thing you have to be conscious of. Don't bend them or do something silly when they start coming out. And actually, all Zelio V2s at least seem to have loose enough stems that like they can kind of come out. Yeah, like when I push down to snap the thing on there, they start, as they snap in, because the plate bounces a little bit, it adds vibration in the, well, I'll show you. It won't work here, but I'll show you the gist. Right, when I put that down, and I put a bunch of them down and I snap this one down, the vibration causes the ones next to it to kind of rotate a little bit. It's not that big of a deal, but it is a thing. So I had 4 top housings for these, and they should be here. And I know they are, I just don't know exactly where they went. I spread them and moved them. Oh, I know where they are. They're right here. Put them in a different container. Aha. Yeah, it's because it's flexible. Just for future versions, it might be more beneficial to make it actually just a little bit thicker. Although I don't know if there's a reason not to do that too. like I said, I don't think it's that big of a deal. Just a note. And I know it's not your design. It's like somebody else's design. Okay, I'm gonna set this off to the side now. Because we're gonna get these assembled pretty quick, I think, if I do it this way. Come on. Right side up. Here we go. Flesian, what's up, man? How you doing? I think I want to do some other videos that are keyboard content related, but not exactly keyboard content. I think I think I want to do some SMD soldering challenge practice boards. There's like some people who make PCBs that are made specifically to just like challenge your SMD soldering skills, and it's something I want to get better at anyway. So I'm tempted to like do that. Oh, that's not gonna work. Weird. I don't know what happened there. Or that one like didn't go back together right. Mechanics, what's up, man? How you doing? Sorry you're not super active right now. You're researching colleges and stuff. Dude, tinfoil, don't be sorry about it, man. And good luck. And I hope that you're really finding some good info. That's a hard choice, man. Mechanics, how are you doing, man? What have you been doing tonight? Hopefully having a good time. How was your day? Mine was pretty good. Long, but good. I had to go in like fairly early the last couple days. To help some people from like a different company out get something accomplished. It's beneficial to them and my company and the whole deal. It was like a thing. I'm not really a morning person. I mean, I have been in the past. I've forced myself to be, but it's not really my gig. I don't love the mornings. Definitely prefer being up later. Okay. Boom. Boom. That'll be close enough for now. It's not close enough. The lube actually makes them not slide on there as well. If you don't drop them straight on. It took this long, FML. Your day is just ending, man? Oh no, dude. Oh no. Mornings are bad and they should feel bad. Oh, I was like, where did I miss one? Because I should only have one left. And then I saw over there. Okay. Boom. Boom. All right, boom. Alrighty then. We've got these. I don't know, did we try all these? I think we did, but you know, whatever. Okay, we did. So I'm curious, like, what kind of YouTube content everybody watches, because I watch like really dorky stuff. Like, I watch some videos. I mostly just listened to the videos today of like someone making their own soldering stations. Using like really high quality parts, in fact, using JBC parts. I don't know if any of you are familiar with that, or that's just like completely Greek to you guys. Okay. And then I watched, I frequently will watch like sailing videos. I don't know why, because I like it, I guess. Food channels. Yeah, food is good, man. Hard for me to disagree with that. Real hard. Okay. So those are all done. And also live PD. What's live PD? Like live police? I feel like that's kind of crazy. I didn't even know that was like a thing. Okay. So, in order to do what we're talking about, we'll figure that out in a minute. You love moto vlogs and tech channels? Tech channels are always good. I like that. Oh, you know why I like sailing vids? Why do I like sailing vids? feel like this is gonna go somewhere I don't like. I don't know. I don't think the reason I like sailing vids is not wholesome or anything, but like I really want. I feel like there's some joke coming. You read that Molotovs? Yeah, I watch Molotovs. Not the same thing at all. Not at all. So we have a bunch of these to make. People don't wear clothing in sailing vids. I mean, it's YouTube, so they don't allow nudity, so anyway, that's what I mean. The internet has many avenues of watching people without clothes that don't involve watching sailing videos, I guess. However, you are correct. In sailing videos, sometimes people do not wear clothes, but like it's all bleeped out and stuff, like, or covered somehow digitally usually. One, two, three, four, five. How many of these do we need? We need 16. So we're gonna need to cut another band-aid. Avenue Q. Yeah. Yeah. They did. They did. True enough. Try watching those at work. I guess you're right. I mean, I don't watch sailing videos at work though either. I don't watch much YouTube at work. And if I do, it's probably like relevant to something I'm trying to do. Go hydrate, man. I mean, it's winter out there. In most places, it's pretty dry right now. Here, it's always dry. I'm in the desert. I love these cutting mats. They're so good. Like, they make life way easier. What kind of mouse do I have? Are you talking about this mouse or like my, because this is not my gaming, this is not where I use this computer almost exclusively for streaming. This is my daily mouse. Well, it works from here. My computer is like fairly far from here. So this is a Logitech G903 right here, and it has the I don't have the weight in mine. I have the inductive charger on it. So mine sits on a mouse pad that charges it all the time. It's pretty good. It has, I like this because it has the clicks, or you can loosen it, and it has the freewheel. Plus it has sensitivity buttons. We usually ride here or here, which on mine I have set really low. Plus it has two side buttons here, and then you can pull that out and you can put two other side buttons in. I just put a blanking plate because I don't use those buttons. So it has 1, 2, 3, 4 buttons that do 5, 6, 7, 8, and then this mouse wheel is a button down, and it clicks side and it clicks the other side. It's a freaking awesome mouse. I mainly play something where I use the mouse, but it's all those features mean nothing, which is League of Legends, and then I play PUBG, and it matters in PUBG. That would be what I mainly play. But honestly, I don't play nearly enough games. I just don't have time, if I'm being honest. It's quite limited time. Okay, so let's try this out for a sec. Put some switches in place. Figure out where we want to be, right? So we want to do... One, two, 5. And we'll get GMK clips out now so we can figure out our spacing. Oh man, this is gonna be difficult. Hold on. Okay. Again. That did not work out the way I wanted. Okay. All right. So some cuts will have to be made in the foam, but I'm not too worried about those yet. What I really want to do is get the bottom row spacing right. So I know where my stabilizers go, so that I can get the correct holes in place. Like some of them we know, but some others we don't at all. And these ones are going to be a little bit of an issue, so it's good that we're probably doing stabs now. Okay. Put our little control on here. We'll get our super, which I think goes here. It does. And we'll do our alt, which I think also goes inside. Yep, left side. Okay. And then I think that means that that becomes our outer stab. Yep, so outer. Okay, so it's that one, and for that one it'd be stupid, so it's that one and that one. So let's get those on. That'll help us set up for it. I'll read you guys' comments in a sec. I feel like somebody must have said something. I don't know. Okay, good. Whew. I didn't miss. Yeah, so I really like PUBG kind of a lot. I don't know why I like it so much compared to other battle royale games, but like I think even if it fails in being technically as good as some other games, like as far as competitiveness is concerned, like tick rates and all that good jazz, it's just like ridiculously fun, and I like that the guns are kind of intuitive because they're modeled after real ones, so like I know what they are inherently. I like that, I don't know, it kind of doesn't take itself too seriously on that realm of like being competitive. Like it's really good and fun, but it's not too out of control in terms of like people cheating. It used to be, I think that kind of went away though when it became a little less popular. So that was kind of nice. Even though it's nice for your game to be really popular, it's also kind of nice to be able to like play and not have to worry about cheaters. Though I think they did something about the actual cheaters as well. They didn't just rely on it to get on it getting less popular or anything like that. Okay. So that's got to be up, right? Just kind of trying to stage these out and understand what's going on. That means this has to be down, centered right here. Yep. Which means that trying to figure out what a antsy layout for this thing looks like. Oh, melody. I could look. Melody 96 layout. We can also look at the GB for it. So everybody that I see actually has two 1.5 U's here. That's what we're gonna do. 1.5 U. Control and Alt. That sound right? Making sure it all lines up, man. It's not a thing you want to be wrong about. Okay, that all lines up. So then we'll have 1, 1, 2, 2. Yep, 1, 1, 2, 2. And the rest should be pretty normal. And then this should be right here, as far as I know. Yep, okay. Put those in place. Where's Talisman to make fun of our songs, man? I seem to remember PUBG put some anti-cheat tech in something, but that was a while ago. Don't remember. Yeah, they did. I just don't know what it was, and honestly, I don't remember how effective it was. I do remember playing the game and being like, "Oh, this is much better," but I don't know if it was related to that or not. I guess I'm just not that serious of a gamer. I want to be. It's fun, and I go through phases, like where I'll play a bunch of games and then I won't. But right now, I think the only thing I'm actively, like, actually playing at all, is I'll play some PUBG sometimes. That's just right now, though. Okay, so that's good. We don't need that anymore. Yeah, we can kind of get rid of these two. We don't need the rest of these. We're not doing those. That's 1, that's 2. BBB, what up, man? Dude, I haven't seen you in a while. Where have you been? Hopefully hanging out somewhere, having that good time. Like BBB, man. He's a good dude. Or seems good. You're one of few people that has an actual nickname on my stream. BBB and TSC. Because you're from the old days. From back in the day on my stream. Not like it's been that long, but you know. Holiday's been busy. Oh, hell yeah, man. I understand that. I do. It's going okay. I've been... Oh yeah, you. Back in the day when the stream was young, full of promise, you sit on the porch and scream, "Get off my lawn!" That's good, man. Visiting family is important. Visiting people you care about. That's important. Hopefully that's family for you. But as long as you had a good holiday season, I'm happy to hear it, man. Okay, we'll get these band-aids on. 1, 2, so we still have one more, I think. Yeah. One more. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Yep, well, one more. Doing an ISO board, man. How weird will this be? Funny thing is, I know customer is absolutely not somewhere that ISO is a normal thing. And we're doing a 225U shift, so we're not doing some weird like bottom row shifted thing. I wonder if a couple of these might need to come out. They will need to support the ISO. Like these will be fine. Almost feel like the right move, yeah, is to take that one out, that one out, that one. So 1, 2, 3, 4 of these out. So we may be desoldering just a little bit. I think we're gonna do that because I don't want these stabilizers to actuate like trash. This one has to come out to work. We'll put new ones there. Yep, those 4 need to come out. So we'll put new ones on in a sec. We did a bunch extra anyway, so not that big of a deal. ISO, yeah. I don't think I have the novelty enter. for the set that we're gonna put on here. Oh, know if there was a novelty enter. Still heating up. What are you talking about? Oh, why did I do that there? Oh well. That sucks. I melted it a little. I don't know why I did that. That was dumb. Yeah, I don't know why I did that way. Okay, we got this. So yeah. So that one's out. This one needs to come out. No soldering, but a little desoldering. It's alright, guys. Okay, that should be all of them. Okay, we'll put those four on real quick. Lube up stabs. Get this going, man. So you guys been listening to or watching or doing anything? Any cool media? Any good TV shows or anything? I've been going back and watching like a really dorky TV show with some friends that they really like. That's been on forever, NCIS. Hey, Mex on deck, man. Thanks for the raid. Chewy and Osiris. How was your guys' night? Appreciate the love. Jack Static, thanks for the sub, man. I appreciate that. Really, I do. Thank you so much, man. Okay. Nebulant, thanks for the follow, man. Appreciate that. Yeah. So, Cheese 17, thank you so much, man. So today, we aren't even really soldering that much. Like, barely at all. We desoldered just a tiny little bit. Straight classy, thanks for the follow, man. Because the board that customer gave me has a bunch of Milmax sockets on it. So we're basically just lubing switches and stabs. The switches are done. Stabs are not, but Band-Aids applied for the Band-Aid mod. We're gonna build this Melody 96 up. So you guys may have come for... Well, stab lubing is not the exciting part, but it is close to the exciting part. Because as soon as that's done, we'll be building it up. The Sweaty Yeti, thanks for the follow, man. Appreciate that. You come for stab lubing? Nice. Metallic Charles, thanks for the sub, man. Thank you so much. Metal Chuck, you demand. Appreciate it. Let's get them stabs lubed. Zero Cool, thanks for following. And also, I love the name. Everybody, I hope you know what that reference is too. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. Shocks, oof. Slotering. Slap at the bass, huh? Whoa. Whoa. Flooded with slap at the bass, huh? Lord Nikon sends his regards. Nice. Somebody gets the reference. We'll put those there because we'll need those in a minute. We'll need a bunch of them because this is a 96 key. We're using some kind of generic cherry ones. Them cherry stabs. They're actually GMK, but repackaged. Yeah, man. Hackers. You know, that guy who played in Sherlock, or not Sherlock, who played in, oh man, what was it called? Whatever. The Sherlock Holmes TV show that had Lucy Liu. Oh man. Elementary, that's the one. And Angelina Jolie hackers. Keep Ninja, thanks for the follow. So we're gonna use this 625U. Boom, done. 2, 3, 4, 5, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Correct. Train spotting, yeah, same dude. Same dude was in that. Was he? I'm trying to remember now. Train spotting was cool though. Cheery stabs are better than cranky stabs. I agree. Sweaty Yeti, thanks for the sub, man. I appreciate that. I really do. Thanks for that tier 1. All right. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, man, I'm really behind actually on Mex on Deck episodes. I've only caught part of what happened early this week with the GB Troubles episode. And I missed last week's also. And I have been lagging because I've been super busy. I'm not going to use this because I already have some of those somewhere already out. Already opened. Yeah, I do. That's right, I do. Come out here. I don't want to open more. So many stabs, guys. So many stabs. Your stabs were really damn good in person, I will say. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. I really, really do. We have enough. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect. Thanks, man. I really do appreciate that, Straight Classy. And coming from you, that means a lot, because you do lube a lot of switches for folk, and they are really good. But even better than your stabs and or switches and my stabs and or switches, you were a chill dude. If any of you guys ever get a chance to meet Classy in person, he really is a classy dude. It's not just a name. It's actually a cool dude. So we'll clip these real quick. I don't know. That was a really fun trip to SoCal. It's funny because I didn't even have to go very far. Straight Cassie Leatherman. What? Always remember to take out the trash. Whoa. Whoa. Whoa, Chez. The cheese. Yeah, man. I have an interesting video though of Straight Classy getting a back massage from someone else. I'm just saying, Classy. And it's funny, like, I didn't even mean to take a video. I meant to take a picture, and I was like, oh, this thing is recording. Classy, man. Thanks for the sub. I appreciate it. It's a bribe not to release the video, huh? Oh, it was a Sweaty Yeti gifted sub. Sorry, I missed that. Thank you so much, Sweaty Yeti. I appreciate that. I hope I didn't miss somebody else gifted and I missed it. Jax, I thanked you earlier, but I just want to say Jax resubbed for 5 months. It's on a 5-month streak. Jax the man. It's video or blackmail footage. Nah. I just meant to take a picture and it ended up being not a picture. I'll have to extract a picture out of the video. Okay, man. Get this going. Pull our 205 grade 0 back out. Nom 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 nom. Whoa, whoa. See, that's why we don't tip it sideways, guys. That's why we don't tip it sideways. When it's open, at least. You know what? I'm just going to use the stuff that's on the lid at this point. Waterless hand cleaner. Yeah, just be so good. So good. So not good. We'll do these first because, you know, we're not animals here. So yeah, this is an interesting board build. I've never built one of these, and honestly, I've only ever actually seen a couple in person. Like, and they're super, super cheap. So like, I'm kind of tempted to buy one and like give one to somebody as a gift. Like, they're really inexpensive for a quote-unquote custom. I don't know if you can call it a custom if it comes off AliExpress. But, you know. It wasn't until today that I knew that they were, like, for sale on AliExpress at this point. So. I just remembered there was a GB for them a long time ago. Been quite some time. Why not both? We're not animals here. We aren't animals. We drink refrigerated beverages. And that high quality booze. It's funny, I think last time, so I was on Mechs on Deck. If I'm ever on it again, I think I'll change it up. Like last time I was on Mechs on Deck, we drank like high quality beer. Like I had some like barrel aged goodness. I think if I'm ever on it again, I'm gonna have to like bring like OE or a Truly or something, you know, just so I can not be all snobby. I would not bring OE. That sounds horrible. Bring something cheap, like $2 Chuck or something. Box wine, you know. Yeah, not that barnyard booze the chickens came up with. Oof. Straight tequila. All right, I'll tell you what, Heine. We need to bug the Mechs on Deck guys to have us both on and shots. Just saying, it could be fun. This straight tequila, dude. Streams have been running downhill all night, which why should yours be an exception? I mean, we should come up with some kind of trigger for what would lead to shots, though, and not something that the audience knows what the trigger for is or can cause. If they can cause it, they should not know what it is. Because I don't want to get schmammered. I mean, I'll get a little schmammered, but not like pass out drunk. I mean, we got to be able to keep it classy. Straight classy. Oof, yeah. Just shots of Jaeger all day, day. No. Jaeger, okay, so I have some kind of mild allergy to licorice. Jaeger will actually make me sick. Like, actually sick. And it will not take more than one shot. So, we'll not be doing that one. The MOD guest drinking game. Yeah, man. Yeah. Anytime you disagree with someone's preferences, it will be fucked up, man. We'd get super wrecked. Shot for every solder point. I've replaced the bouncing zero switch. This keyboard 3 times. It keeps happening. You're zero. What? Bouncing zero? Like it's chattering or something? Classy man, you had good things to say about my stabilizer work. And actually, what I think he's referring to, Heine, was my stabilizer work specifically on HVCP. Although I brought a bunch of boards, so maybe it was more than just that, but... Jaeger tastes like all of the bar rags in the world were wrung out and then concentrated. That sounds truly awful. It's, I'm gonna forget that I heard that, or read that, and then said that. Ugh. Alright, so stab lubing is my least favorite part, though. While I feel like I do a good job at it, and thank you, Classy, for agreeing, I hate doing it. It's definitely the least fun part of a build. I guess it depends on what else is involved in the build. There are some other parts that are like, this is not a very fun part. Like band-aiding, cutting band-aids for band-aid mod. Boring. Like, I just want to get the switches in there already and test it. I like soldering. Oh, that reminds me. I brought this up earlier, Heine, before you're still there. Before the raid. So you and I have talked a little bit about decent soldering stations. And I think it's called the Unisolder, or I'll have to look up the project again. I'm thinking about making my own solder station using JBC handles and tips. Wonder what your thoughts on that are. Because some people who are doing that are actually outperforming the JBC soldering stations with their parts, or with a number of their parts. Yeah, I don't know. I was looking at it and I was like, dude, this does not look like the effort is worth not spending the money on a decent soldering station. However, it does look like it'd be really fun to do. Yeah, and it is open source. Also, that reminds me, I need to look at something that you had sent me. I've been meaning to. I've just been super busy. I did look at it. I meant to respond to it. Macro Reps did a video on that. Yeah, I watched his. I think it'd be cool. Yeah, I think I'm planning on doing it. Actually told someone that I work with who's like fairly into electronics just because he's a nerd. And I was like, let's do these. Let's make some of these. He was like, I think I might be down. Like, I mean, you get the awesome handle and the awesome performance of their crazy powerful tip. The only thing I could think of other than that is Pace makes WDS or WSD 200. It's very inexpensive, and the performance is actually higher than that unit. And the tip performance is actually higher than the JBC tip. Even on a JBC station. Like, that same dude, I think, did a comparison of those in a future video from that one. I don't know, man. I'm kind of thinking about doing it. It just sounds really fun. I don't know if anyone else here is a nerd enough to be interested in making their own soldering station, but I'm like kind of down. It seems really cool. 1,000%. Are you really, Metal Chuck? I don't know. That sounds really cool, man. Like, happy to hear at least someone else is as nerdy about it as I am. Is into being nerdy about those kinds of things. I mean, don't get me wrong. There are some really good soldering irons out there that aren't expensive. Like the one I have is this Xtronic 3020 is just okay. Like I like it because it gets the job done and it was very inexpensive, but it doesn't direct heat the tip, right? So here, let me kind of show you guys what I mean. Right, so I'm not gonna pull it off, but it doesn't direct heat the... I will pull it off and I'll show you what I mean. It's gonna smell great when I turn it on later, because I've got a little bit of Crytox on my fingers. Okay, so the tip, now it's more direct heating than many older irons, because the heating element is right there and then the tip goes around it, but it heats here and then the heat flows down into the tip and it has this shield over it. So it's not too bad, but there are units that have the heating element embedded into the actual tip portion with a thermistor, and then they slot back down into the handle, and they have much more control, and that's only 65 watts versus like that JBC tip, or the one I'm thinking of specifically, is 250 watts. So the amount of heat that it can bring to bear. Now for keyboards, this thing is fine, because we don't have any massive thermal heat sinks that we're trying to solder stuff to. But if you did, that would be pretty useful. Get off there, nobody wants that. What about building a desoldering station? You actually need to PM me about some other things. I'm down. So the desoldering station would be more doable than most people probably think, but it's way less doable than the thing I'm talking about. And Olivia is a big Pace 200 advocate. The Pace 200 is a great unit, and for the price, it is. For the price and the amount of effort, that combination, it's unbeatable. Even the thing I'm talking about beats it outright for the combination, for the value in terms of the combination of your time and effort versus your money. It's just a higher value equation for sure. But like all things in Keebs, I'm not sure we're actually here for the value. I don't want to break the bank though, and nice JBC soldering stations, which are all relatively nice, start in the $400 or $500 range. Start. They get much more expensive from that. That Pace unit is extraordinarily good for its price, but it has a super simple user interface that I don't really like a lot. I've watched videos on it being used, and I gotta be honest, it leaves me wanting more. You want a hot air rework station and surgical equipment level magnifying light unit. So there are some good options if you want something that magnifies really well and gives light. We can talk about that off stream if you want, Metal Chuck. It depends on what your requirements are for it, though. Like, do you want video? Do you want to have a video terminal, or do you just want something that gives you like a good hood with great visibility? And then as for hot air rework, there are a lot of decent options and a lot of really good options, and frankly, I would just go with the decent options that are inexpensive for hot air rework, mostly because it depends on if you're trying to just do keyboard stuff. I would just go with decent stuff. You're looking for something that's effective and not gonna break the bank. I like Pace units though. Pace makes great stuff. So if you're like got your heart set on Pace, I like them. And I've had some experience using their stuff. I've not really used a lot of JBC stuff. I know they make really nice stuff, but I'm not all about it. Or sorry, I meant Talisman. I feel I can't be a real electronics hobbyist without having tools for surface mount now. I mean, for surface mount application, you just use a soldering iron. Frankly, it's literally that. If you're doing really tiny surface mount stuff, like tinier than anything you've seen on a keyboard for the most part, then you can still use a soldering iron, but you might be better off using, like, applying a mask or not a mask, applying a stencil and applying paste and then doing something like hot air. Heating your board, preheating your board, doing hot air, etc. Bobby, what up, man? You have to live 3 consecutive long lives in order to pay off your actual debt. Divorce, my bank was broken a long time ago. I mean, fair enough, man. That's fair. Hey, Jake Cromley, thanks for the follow, man. Appreciate that. Really, I do. Okay. I would like to get a hot air rework. I think it'll happen, but I think before that I'll get a better iron. And I'll start getting into some other projects maybe that I do. I don't know if I'll do content on them or not, but I probably will. I just don't know if it'll be streams. I'll do some other surface mount content or some kind of stuff. Like I said earlier, like I actually want to get some like surface mount challenge kits. See how far I can get in them. Mousepouse, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. That's just kind of what I'd like to do. The Key.company, thanks for joining, man. I appreciate that. I really do. I appreciate you coming in. Been loving some of your stuff for a long time. some truly good things. And thanks for following, seriously. The Key.Company following me. Awesome. Lube and stab, yeah. When are the damn retooled GMK stabs coming? Who doesn't want a full metal and wood shop in their multi-level basement with a bar? I want that. I'm more concerned with the metalworking shop than I am with the wood shop. Don't get me wrong, I think woodworking is super cool and useful, but I would much rather have a mill and a lathe, especially a mill, than any of those things. And a bandsaw. And a surface grinder. And a press brake. Although, press brake, meh. What else would I like to have? I mean, there's other stuff. But in order, I think a mill and then you have to have a bandsaw at that point, like a metalworking bandsaw, and then a lathe for sure, and then a surface grinder. That would be the order. Importance for me. Of like really big tools that I would want to buy. I mean, if I were going to buy another tool, though, I would buy a more powerful air compressor. And I'm going to need to at some point, because getting back into Cerakoting, that is definitely a thing that I'm going to do. I've done it before, and I've always had the luxury of having somebody else's air compressor at my disposal that's really powerful when I've done that. And more importantly, when you sandblast to surface prep, like, that's pretty critical. The amount of volume that you need to push is fairly high for continuous blasting. So that's definitely a thing. And a pony. That's funny. I want enough tools to recreate Western civilization in the event of some sort of neighborhood calamity. I mean, I just want to be able to create whatever I want to create whenever I want to create it. I don't want to have to like go to someone else and have them make it. I have a couple coworkers that have mills, just manual mills. Coworkers and friends. And I've gotten to use their mills for some things, and it's really cool. But I want one that I can CNC convert, or I want to just have one that is CNC. And talking to someone else who's in the hobby, I was like, man, I don't know, I could just buy a VMC, like find a used VMC and buy one, and it would be expensive, but it would be really awesome to have. And not just for this hobby, but for, you know, whatever strikes my fancy. That's real expensive though. One day it will happen. Whether I will be in this hobby when it does, like whether this thing will be a thing of the past for me or not, we will see. I don't see myself getting out of the hobby anytime soon, but it might be many a moon before I jump on that kind of a ship. All right, cool. We're done with that. We have one more thing to do with this lube, though, before I put it all up. Oh, you guys can't see that. Not a big fan of Band-Aid mod anymore. Doing it, it's more of a pain, and for how much people mostly don't want it, I don't really push it, but this guy wants it, so we're doing it. And I think trying to silence this board as much as possible with all the foam and all the silent switches and lube and the whole deal, I think it's not a bad deal. Just, you know, most people don't want. I don't know, a VMC, like even a used VMC, it could definitely end up the price of a car. And then you could end up with the price of a car more in tooling. Easy. Just to like do something as simple as having keybs. Like the payback time on that would be a long time if you were just making keybs and you bought one and you're in the US. That's just my 2 cents. Oh no, I looked up. Oh my god. What's up, doggy? Hey man, how you doing? Oh, shit. Okay. Now I need to scroll. Sorry. I was looking at stabs. Alright. I'm looking now. Not to shift the topic, but question that's probably been beat to death. What lubes do you recommend for different keep applications, i.e. which different ones do you recommend for having on hand? 205 grade 0, have it on hand. Always do stabs with 205 grade 0, nothing else. Switches, linears, always 205 grade 0. And tactiles, pretty much always 3204 IMO. Have maybe a lighter lube, in my opinion, to actually mix with those other ones as a blend to get it a little lighter if that's what you want. That's just what I prefer. Other people prefer 3203. Some people like Cristo lube. A lot of people like a lot of things. Those are what I would recommend. We had a topic. Bruh, Haas. Jax. Yes, I agree. Haas is awesome. We can be bros. Haas is amazing. Haas is really, really good. And I don't think I could buy a new Haas. It's really expensive. I mean, could I make it work? Could I finance a machine? Yeah. I just don't have enough use for it in terms of money making potential. Not that I couldn't make that with the machine, but that's just me. What's the applicator I'm using? A Brother Undercover. I think it's listed in, if you do bang commands, there is a command for it. TSC could probably figure that out for you. Mex on deck. It's great to see you. It really is. I'm gonna catch up on chat, I swear. I'm chilling, man. Making this board, building it. It's already got Milmax sockets in it, so it's really just lubing stabs, and we lubed some switches earlier. Lubes aren't just for keybs. Whatever lube you buy will have application listed on it. Key.company, band-aids. It's not a thing I'm all about, but you know, I mean, I still like them some. Mex on deck, thanks for the sub. I appreciate it. I presume it's Chewy, because it's almost always Chewy when it's the Mex on deck main name. Thank you, man. Mechanics, there are lubes for just about everything. Yes. I see Talisman. I have dielectric grease. I never use it. I really don't. It's not the best IMO. I'm gonna have to watch the Mex on deck episode. I will. We need a forehead emote. I'm gonna have to watch it. I'm too far behind on your guys' stuff. Like, I just barely caught part of your guys' stuff on Monday, and because I was busy. I hate it. I hate being behind, not being able to watch all the things all the time. but I do usually catch up on your guys' stuff pretty much always, because, well, I love your stuff. Jax, just go out and pay more than a mortgage. Oof. Oof. Elgo NA. Thoughts on Tengu? Well, I have held the Tengu Proto at SoCal. I played around with it. I really like it. I don't know if I'm going to jump in on one. I got Rukia, which I love. Tengu is amazing. I like the angles on Tengu. I don't know. It's just going to come down to money for me. Like what other boards and stuff I'm in on for sure. If I'm able and poised to take advantage of Tengu, I would like to. I just don't think I don't think I'm going to be able to, which is unfortunate because it is a really great board. So if you guys want a board like that, it's definitely an option worth considering. Band-Aid mod, Cuddy Rye, Band-Aid mod worth doing. I don't know. At this point, I would not do it to my own. Jerk Chicken, hey man, what's up? The Sweaty Yeti gifted a tier 1 sub. Oh, you gifted the tier 1 sub to Mex on Deck. Thank you so much, and that makes 3 gifted subs in my channel for you. Thank you so much again. Seriously. Throwing out them subs tonight. Yeah, he is kind of a beast. Tons of lubes for my car. Assume they were different. They are definitely different. So glad is my best go-to. Anything with silicone. So for the stabs at least, you're set. Yeah, I would really do 205 grade 0 straight for stabs. Nothing else added. No dielectric grease. Dielectric grease is okay, but it does dry out. Not as badly as super lube though. I like 205 grade 0. That's what I prefer. Classy, you still in here? You like my stabs? I think you said something about it earlier. 205 grade 0. Elgona, I think it's amazing. Seems to be an incredible value considering TGR Alice are 2K and Rukias are far above retail. Rukia went for $1,000. So good, so good. Mind blown though. Still, it's a lot of money. But it's an amazing board. And Alice says, you say 2K. They made a lot of Alices. I don't know if that's what they're going for all the time now, but they definitely can. I've built a couple on my stream. They're pretty fantastic. They really are. I don't know what to say about it otherwise. Really good. More than your fair share of breaks over the last 6 months to a year. Pay like the rest of us. Plead all your cash and cry like a baby for missing out. Yeah, I'm gonna miss out on some things, man. It's just a thing. Does that work? No, BBB. What's the stuff in the little tub? In this little tub? That is 205 grade 0, sir. I think the screw and washers might be listed in one of my commands also. If not, ping me direct on Discord and I will get the link to you. They are screw-in and the screws come with them, and then the washers are totally worth. Jax, you'll continue your trend of breaking things here on my stream. Tengu looks amazing. You're not doing aluminum or poly for round 2 Rukia. So that means stainless and forged carbon fiber. Oh my god, Jax. Dang. LE version is green polycarb with the child on weight. I would totally be attuned to the green polycarb right up until you said stainless. Oh my god. Forged carbon is cool, but stainless is amazing. That sounds awesome. It also sounds really pricey to mill that stainless. Maybe not. Oh, Josh got me once again. What do you prefer for linears, lube-wise? 205 grade 0. It's not 205 grade 0 for everything. For tactiles, 3204. I'm definitely a grease guy, though. What do I think of drinking a case of Monster Zero calorie beverages every day? Bad for you. Absolutely, man. Okay, fine. 3203 is good too. 3203 is good. Good stuff. It really is. Okay, so now we're gonna start building again. There, I looked up for a while. Yes, I think 205 grade 0 is good stuff. That's just what it comes down to. You should use it for some things on your board, even if you don't want it on your switches. That's how I feel about it. Come on. What's going on here? Okay. Okay. You use Aqua. Wait. Might explain the repeating O switch. Speaking of stainless, I have yet to feel a keyboard that feels better to hold than your AK64 SS. That sounds like a cool board, man. But I now, as of today, have a Sirius on the way, so the polar opposite. The Sirius is a great board. That's how I feel about Sirius. That board is phenomenally good. I do not like 60%, so I'm more excited about Valkyrie than Sirius. However, having played around with a Sirius for quite a while at some meetups, and outside of the meetups, like at the Top Clack Keep House, honestly, it's a great board. It really is fantastic. The sound is amazing on that thing. And I would have never guessed that it was as good as it is. Ever. Especially because I have that Salamander with PBT plate, and I freaking hate the sound. I would have just guessed that Palm sounded similar enough to make me unhappy with it. But it did not. It sounded great. Great. I'm sure Tengu is going to be amazing, and I'm sure that Rukia Round 2 is going to be amazing. I like Jack's Rukia Round 2 sounds awesome. I want Irma. I want me Irma. I want ultra high molecular weight polyethylene, man. In TKL. So good. Like for real. You know the detail. Primed DN, thank you so much for the follow, man. I really appreciate that. Come on, have a good night. Sweaty Yeti, man, thanks for visiting, and I hope that you have a truly fantastic rest of your night, sir. Thanks for the gifted subs and your presence in my channel. Seriously. Missing keycap. Details, not details. Good night, mechanics. Take it easy. Oh, you're saying goodbye to the Sweaty Yeti. Yes. Jax, no more. Round 2, not like. Stainless steel would be crazy. I like. If Jax did that, it would be awesome. But I don't know what he's planning on doing. I would have guessed that Rookie of Round 2 would just be basically like Rookie of Round 1 with maybe some different colors. Mechanics. Am I a big fan of artisans? I'm not. I have 0 artisans. And I'm not against artisans at all. I'm super for them, just not for me. And the reason for that is because I can only afford so many incredibly expensive hobbies. And Keep seems to be a pretty expensive hobby just by itself. I'm not trying to add another one to it. GG Hybrid, I honestly bought it on a whim. Found so many great 60 GBs, so when you saw it in stock, went for it, pretty stoked. Some Zilent V2s for it. Zilent V2s will probably be good on it. I would, personally, if you were going to do Zeal switches though, I would do Zelio V2s and love that palm sound. Or I would anyway, if it were mine. I might actually do linears on that board, honestly, because if you what you just want is that like purest typing sound you can get, like just most ridiculously good sound, that would be the one. Maybe some GAT inks or some creams if you're into that kind of a thing. Here, listen to me recommending a linear switch to someone. It just sounds good in that board, so. To have great sounding switches. How do I unsubscribe? Jesus. Valkyrie, Keone Valkyrie is 65-ish%. Basically the same thing. Palm, but bigger, more layout. What you love, fam? Yeah, I agree, man. Putting alpaca linear silence. Cool, man. Let me know how they work out. I'm actually really curious about that. Mechanics, you respect it. You get lost in hobbies pretty easily. Went from watching Teha video to buying and living your own switches within a week. Yar. I understand. I understand completely. My first foray into lubing switches was hand lubing a bunch of Alps switches, and I used grease. Well, I used actually more than one kind of lube, but I did use 3204, and I used GPL 106. And honestly, it worked out super fantastic. So anybody who's like, why would you lube Why would you lube Alps with like heavy lubes and stuff, not just dry lube? Well, it worked out really well, so I'm not gonna be mad. Okay, so we're gonna cut this off. We are going to leave that. We're gonna leave that too, I think. Right? Is that right? I need to look at this better. So those work right there. So we need to cut for... We need to cut for the bottom one. We need to cut for this. We need to cut there. So let's do those first. Cut the space. So this is going to be a thing to do. Cutting this MK Ultra Foam to give us the other stabs. So I'm pretty sure the MK Ultra Foam is neoprene. Feels like neoprene. Sorry guys, I'm engrossed in this. I'll look up in a minute for sure. You still get in the keyboard. All sorts of stuff going on. Sure, it sounds great. Can't get used to typing on linears, even almost MX tactiles. Alps SKCM Orange ruined you, but have been enjoying Topra. Can't agree on the Topra. I don't dig it. Alps SKCM Orange is freaking awesome. Browns are amazing. And I agree. I don't like linears as much. Nothing. I don't type. Oof. Can you still get in the keyboard GB? For what? For which board? This Jordan NP? This is Jordan P rather. GG Hybrid, you enjoyed Zeals. The bump's pretty pronounced. Welcome, Blue Star 84. Indeed, welcome. Welcome. Bald in a wheelchair, and I'm the principal. Whoa. Alright, Xavier. The pre-actuation moment and a lot of MX is what bothers you. Sure, hysteresis. You just bought a Key Cult Vickery, but since you got it and Alexa and shit, you only use voice to text when you're on PC. Oof. ISO build, yeah, ISO build, man. That's right. Regulicious. Is that green? It's a cutting mat. So like this is an X-Acto, and it like stops, you know, the knife, the blade. Keep it just for show. That's okay. How does this self-healing work? It's not that they repair themselves. Oh, you just put the... You just sent a link to literally this board. Yeah, so you can't get it on the GB. The GB ended forever ago, but you can buy this board on AliExpress. Right here. Right there. Yeah, so we are going to do ISO on this. So let me... Okay, so there's that. And then what else do we need to cut? Oh, we need this one. We only cut one side. Yeah, that's gonna be a little annoying, huh? Okay. Sorry, guys. Okay, so that one's out. We need to cut this out altogether. I think that might be it, right? That seems like it'd be it. What am I reading here? You mean metal? What do you mean by you mean metal? What did I miss out? Metal's the true color. Is that it is MK Ultra Foam, Regalicious. It really is. Avoid metal at all costs. Dispose of your keyboards. Yeah, sure. Talisman, have a good night, man. Have a good night. Do you get a white with it anymore? What do you mean by a white? Okay, so I think all of our stabs should fit in now. I think, I hope. They don't look interfered with. Okay, let's do it and we'll find out, I guess. Well, this is going to be real easy. We'll just get a couple up in the corners. Tack this down real quick. Oh, no. We missed one place. One thing that we have to cut before that. Then we can do this. Because we're doing stepped caps. Okay, now I think we are good. But we shall find out very rapidly. Is this plate in? Oh, it's screwed in. It's not like a... I didn't realize the plate was screwed in. I thought it was top. It was actually mounted. Well, that's okay. Because now when we flip it in, it should still go in. It'll be fine. Because we're not soldering anyway. Okay, well, we'll do that one soon. Yeah, this foam is a pain in the ass. That's the way I feel about this foam. I guess we'll do some in the middle first. To hold it all together. Anyone know where to get cheap switches? Honestly, you buy some switches from Flashcork. I don't remember what Flashcork actually carries. But I bought stuff from FlashCorp before, just never switched. Damn it. This is going to be a pain in the ass. In just a second. Because I forgot to cut out this part. That's okay though. We can do this. We can do this on the top even. We're just not going to cut all the way down to the PCB and pull it out. Whoa. Not work out the way I wanted it to. Okay, this is weird. This foam, do not love this foam. Almost feel like I have to solder one or two of these switches in for it to stay in place because of the way the foam pushes against it. It's super awkward. Wait, not sure. Does anyone know what? Desktop accessories. Anyone know where to get? God. Yeah, this foam is a giant pain. I would not use it. I think it'll actually be okay because in the bottom of the case, it'll be sandwiched so tight that it won't have anywhere to go. Wow. You ever work on a salamander? Me? I worked on... Sorry, man. If you're still at work looking. Yeah, sorry. So have I ever worked on a salamander? Yes, I own a salamander. Around one salamander, and was it last week or the week before? I think it was last week. I did a polycarb salamander on stream. So I have worked on some salamanders. Do you have a salamander that you want help working on? Because I will gladly help you work on a salamander. Wow, that's a really weird question. I love and don't love it at the same time. It's an amazing board, however. Well, it depends. So the round 1 or the round 2, or because there are differences. Are you considering buying one? And if so, which one? In terms of which round? And what material and what finish? I comment on my salamander all the time. Mine is built with Alps Browns. So I both love and hate it simultaneously. Custom Nano Black CF plate. Round 1 or 2? Oh, Custom Nano. Then very likely, yes, I would love that board. So I don't like the PBT plate with Alps. It doesn't sound that good. So you can strike that off, and you have a custom Nano job, like not an original one. Then even if you have round 1, it'll be great. The Anno was bad on round 1. That's one major strike against that board. Another, in my mind, is the PBT plate. I don't love the PBT plate. Plenty of people do. It's definitely not for me. So, yeah. Probbits aren't rangers, so I see what you do. I see what you do. The PCB in this case, because it's not actually attached, requires a pretty immense amount of support. I'm hoping that the foam on the bottom case holds the thing together very well. We're doing F5 through F8, right? So that should be right here. Yeah, so I would buy another Salamander if it didn't have the round 1 Anno, or if you were planning on getting it re-anode, which I will one day do to mine. Okay, but the real question is if you'd still make keyboards if you were a Salamander. It would be difficult, but I would try. I mean, why give up on your passions? Just because you're an amphibian. Okay. We may have to cut some other junk out of here. I think we will, in fact, have to. But before we go all crazy, straighten these out. Oh no, what'd I do? Clean that up. Yeah, so this thing's kind of a pain in the ass. So that leaf came out somehow in there. Weird. Did you not have enough switches, or is that preference? What are you working with here? GAT inks? No. So these are Aqua Zilents, and they are a. It's not even the switches that are too much of a pain in the ass. Although the leaves do come out very easily. The leads are bending really simply because, well, frankly, these Milmax sockets and this MK Ultra foam are not a great combo IMO. So the way that this is kind of working is the foam wants to hold the PCB like a certain distance apart. These pins have to go in completely straight because they're Milmax, so it already kind of wants to bend a little bit as it's going in. I didn't really count this. I just assumed that the customer provided enough switches. At 96, so I'm wondering why that's not the case. What I want to do for sure, make sure certain things just actuate, like spacebar, etc. backspace, you know, stuff like that. Need to make sure all those stabilized keycaps work. Then I'm going to have to cut the foam probably a little bit. Okay, so those all work. So 7. That's a pain. Oh, they did. It did work. Probably. There is enough. I'm just not. I just put keycaps on some other switches for centering reasons or whatever. Come on. Yeah, it's really a pain to get these in there, though. I will say that. So there are 3 too few? Doesn't make sense. I guess maybe it does. Cutting these blockers out. Trying to be real careful not to go so deep that I touch the PCB, because we don't want to cut a trace. There's going to be a bunch of stuff that doesn't really register right away. Anyway. Okay. Luckily, this is neoprene foam. Kind of easy to rip once you've started a cut. Like, just kind of with your fingernail and stuff, if you want. Right, so now I can kind of like, oh, well, here goes super. Might need to clean that one up a little bit. Man, we're almost done. Alright guys, I'm not paying too much attention at the moment. I'm like super focused on this. But I will focus on you guys in one moment. I feel like that is not in there. Yeah, that did not work. Okay. So, silent clicky switch, what? This guy's talking about it? Yeah, I have no idea what Zeal's gonna release either. He might release something really good though. I mean, I'm excited to see what it is. Like, I like most of the things he works on. I don't love these. But part of that has nothing to do with him and all to do with this plate and PCB. Okay. Okay, bottom row is good. All right, we are going to do this. lights up. That's a good thing. Switch hitter. Pull that up. Clear it. Happy Thursday, January 9th. Thank you, Missing Keycap. Thank you so much. Happy Thursday. Low profile switch. That would be kind of cool. Emotes when missing keycap. Do I need to create some emotes? Okay, we're not gonna do any of the numpad ones yet. We still haven't figured out what to do with those missing spaces. This may or may not do anything, I don't know. It's probably a... So those do things. Boom, 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 boom. Oh yeah, you know what? This is why. What if I do this? So actually everything does something. It's just these other three switches. So I don't know what three switches I'm gonna use to replace these for customer. Because it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 37. $47, 49, 50, 51. $61. 4. 74, 78, 79, 80, 182, 384, 85. How many switches? I mean, it doesn't matter because I built all the ones that came to me. So obviously I'm going to replace those three from somewhere else. I'm guessing they're going to be up here. Replace these ones. Customer, I don't know. I don't know what you did. Maybe the calculation was wrong. You sent me the wrong number. I guess I just assumed they were the right number. I'm gonna replace the ones up here because it makes the most sense to me. What happened to music? Did I pause it? You know what? We'll get rid of that. Okay. Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. Oof, this song. Sorry. I just went somewhere. I think I'm hitting a media button. This is what's actually happening. We know those 3 work. Oh, I don't want to do that. Okay, those work then. We're good. We don't need a switch hitter anymore. Isn't California Village still Wednesday? What? Okay, so I don't know what we're gonna do up here. I guess we're gonna give him 3. I don't really want to do that though. I want to give him my my halos. All right, customer, I'm gonna give you 3 of something not good, and you, sir, are gonna have to replace them. All right, guys, be right back. All right, customer, you get Otemu Skies as placeholder switches. Well, they certainly hold the plate on. They snap in super tight. It's been so long since I've done anything with skies. No. Customer will have to pull those skies out. Well, they all work. Okay. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna put that bottom on. You guys ready for this? Oof, shabby. I mean, I don't want to give them. I don't know. Can you write my name on the board? No. Okay. Ooh, hoo, hoo, hoo. Here we go. Sound like Mario now, guys. Here we go. If it isn't Thursday, well, you're in the wrong time zone. It's not Thursday for me. There it goes. I was like, I'm trying to feel the thread seat by running it backward. They have a really fine thread pitch. And they're very small screws. I feel like they can't actually be very strong. Right time zone. So is it Thursday for you? And if you are, oh, okay. Barely Thursday, SXB. Yeah, it's 10:20 here for me, but I'm West Coast, so California. Okay. There's like a little bit of a bulge right there on this, but I don't think there's anything to be done about it. It's just part of the flex of the case. All right, so anyway. Looks beautiful. All right, now let's get these, let's get some accents on here first. I feel like I know I have, there is a, I feel like there is an ISO enter. Just not in here somewhere. Maybe there's no ISO enter. That'd be weird. No accent color to ISO enter. Kind of like doesn't make sense to me, but I feel like there has to be one. Well, I was wrong. There is. Or I wasn't wrong. There is one. Wait, what? Use Mizu alphas? Actually would look good on this. But no. But no. Okay, so here we go. GMK eclipsing it up. Well, all those switches work. Sorry, I'm watching it on switch hitter, so easy peasy. Tell if anything doesn't work. I think there was even like, I don't know that to be true though. Yeah, this is gonna be a good color on this board. This was way more of a difficult build because of that foam and no soldered in switches than I thought it would be. feel like I'm not paying enough attention to you guys, and I'm sorry. If you want to try right thumb spaces for you. I will give this acrylic Alice a try. Wait. So, Elgona, are you planning on getting, when you say the acrylic Alice, which one are you trying to, which one? Too many options with Alice. I'm being honest. With Alice layout. Not that I'm tired of seeing it happen, I'm just saying there's like too many for me to sometimes pay attention to them. I would join their GB for faster upgrades. The fallacy. Don't know what that board is. Print screen. Sure, we can do print. That's home. Sure, we can do that. And that'll be end. And that'll be page up. Page down. That'll be delete. Boom. There you guys go. Pink is always nice, man. So this thing kind of is going to want to slide all over. It's not that heavy. Ooh, it's very silent. Okay, this is definitely a function layer. Okay, anyway, yeah, because it changes the colors of the lights. So, pow! There you go, guys. Oh, I'm sure Tengu is limited. All things are limited. He's not gonna make, like, infinity. Yeah, lights. Yeah, Deli, it's pretty nice. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of Melody 96s, but like, I'm okay with it. So I'm gonna mute this. I mean, you say that basically unlimited, but I'm not 100% sure it's actually like unlimited. All right, so let's do this. So you guys can kind of hear, right? Let me make sure I'm up here. So. Man, cherry stabs really aren't as good as a lot of the other alternatives. They're okay though. Kinda. I mean, I didn't really put them on any boards. I have some. Are they those new retooled ones? Are these? No. I do not believe so. Anyway. Yeah, I mean, it sounds good. This board sounds good. I have kind of tried C3 stabs. I have a bunch there. Chewy kind of warded me off of them when I went to build his board. So anyway, let's do like a little typing test. Let's see where we get with this. I curious as to what we're gonna get. Okay, so do an overhead view. Let's do an overhead view. How about that for this typing test? And our exposure is a little low, so let's do that. So anyway, here we go, I guess. $68. Boom. Yeah, I would buy Zeal stabs, honestly. So I don't know, this thing is yeah, so I've got some Durox on the way. So I'll try more of them and let you guys know what I think. 90% of Zeals, but half the price. Are they only 90% the same? Are they as good or better than Zeals? Because frankly, I really like Zeal stabs. Gain is off. Did you say... the switch sounded good, but if you ever have some extra time, make a different noise gate for typing tests. So I do, when I publish typing tests, I should do that, you're right. When I publish, so I just published one the other night, and I did use no noise gate, and then I noise canceled the, like I used Audacity and actually tried to cancel out the ambient noise. The question that I have though is, in my normal typing tests, is my noise gate messed up? Like, have you listened to me typing on something that isn't basically silent? Because I'm really curious. I want to know now. Like, that's important to me. So like, if we do this thing again, right? I feel like the noise gate thing that you're talking about is super relevant when I'm using a not silent keyboard, or is only when I'm using one. Ziggy, thanks for the follow. That camera is gonna have a hard time focusing until I put this back. If you're building a custom, just spend the extra money in Zeals. I agree, Deli. That's really the move, man. Just get good stabs. SXV, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. I get it. If you're trying to build on a budget, the pre-failing tooled GMKs, maybe the new retooled GMKs or whatever will be good. I don't know. That's what I'm looking forward to. Yeah, so the thing is if you're buying switches and the stabs at once, I mean, it's fine, I think. Like, you're already buying them, so. Do you remove background noise in your typing bid? So Chanwook, yes. Yes, I did that. I've only posted like one typing test that was not a stream, and that was yesterday or the day before, or I don't know, the other day. And on YouTube, and I did remove the noise in the background. So basically Audacity has a feature to like check the background noise, so you just like, you give it a couple seconds of silent audio and it takes that noise profile and then removes that from the background. Yeah. I actually don't want to type on that. I have another video where I did it, but I didn't remove the noise like that, and it was of the polycarbonate salamander that I built before that. Ooh yeah, Duck Unicorn X Legend is seriously, it's in the top go-to keyboards that I would buy. Like, if one popped up and I had the cash, and I would be like, boom, I'm jumping on that, because it was a great board. Every one of those that I built was great. I hate the PCB. The stock PCB is trash, but the board is so good that like it makes it worth dealing with it. You would buy Everglide over Zeal because Everglide sounds cooler and smoother than Zeal just by the name. Okay. I mean, I guess, fair enough, whatever, if that's what you want. I would go with Zeal. I got some Everglides coming though for me, so I'm gonna try them. But that's more of a me needing to have tried all of the things and me needing to, I mean, I guess my role in the community is only just to have nice keyboards, right? I kind of gotta mess around with it. You're gonna do a Matrix 1.2 OG next with Telios. Hit me up, man. I would love to build that. I mean, if you don't have somebody else in mind or whatever, hit me up. Whatever, man. Mechanics. You prefer light switches in your keys? Extra clicky. I mean, I like some clicky switches. Yeah, dude, no problem. I'm not trying to rush you. Clicky like this. Clicky like that, yeah. Them Zeliostotles. You guys like them Zeliostotles? No, those are Zeliostotles for sure. Are they Zeliostotles or are they Cherrystotles? They're Zeliostotles. Oof, dude, hurts my brain, BBB. Cherry MX Blue's best. Chanwook, I prefer box navies to box whites, personally. Haven't made a clicky keyboard at all, but wow. I have one clicky keyboard, and it's not my favorite keyboard. It's an okay keyboard. It's a TKC 1800, and it has box navies in it. But with the plastic case, the click really resonates, and that's kind of what I was going for. It's actually a little bit much, I think, in that. I could see putting it in a fairly quiet board, a board that's naturally quiet. Yeah, so Chanwook, I don't know if you're a follower, Chanwick. I feel like you are. Oh, you're Twitch Prime sub to me. Well, of course. There you go. That's right. So your favorite, huh? What about Alps Ambers? I mean, if you really like Alps Whites, here's like a bunch of NOS White Alps. And some lightly used White Alps, desoldered. I think I like ambers as much as I like whites and blues. I think I'm at that level. But I do have some, I do have blue Alps. I have a couple in there, but I have a board. I will grab my blue Alps board. And you guys can make fun of it. Ow! You guys can make fun of my blue Alps. Weird. That was upside down. That went in here upside down. I don't even know why I would have done that. I must have been in a hurry when I put it all together. Okay, well, I'll put it back together normal now in a minute. Blue Alps. Blue Alps, you ask and you shall receive. Ask and you shall receive, sir. We'll mute that again. You want to hear Blue Alps? This is a pretty resonant case because it's fairly hollow, but here you go. Yeah, I don't know how you guys like that, but so that's my Blue Alps. I don't have a White Alps build, but when HBCP comes, I bought one in purple polycarbonate. So I'm going to build that, and I'm going to do an Alps build with it first, probably, almost certainly. And I'm not sure what I'm going to build with it. I think I'm going to give the audience an option. I think what I'm going to do is, I may harvest this board. Nah, I'm not going to harvest the board. I probably will one day, but not for that. I think I'm going to give you guys the option of white Alps, amber Alps, or maybe brown Alps. I haven't decided if I'm going to do the brown yet. So Blue Alps. This is an AliExpress case. So super cheapy. It doesn't weigh a ton. It's like 2 or 3 pounds. USB-C though. Hard to see there. USB-C. So the AliExpress case. You can start the poll when we get there, if you want. These are Taihao keycaps, so cheap. When I did this, I went for like a Blue Alps build that was like not expensive. That's kind of what I wanted. So I have, this is Taihao Dolch, and then Taihao Dolch Red. I bought a second set just to get the accents. And it uses, it has an LF keyboards plate and PCB in it. So it's like probably just over $500 for Blue Alps, which is kind of crazy, But sorry for the defocus. Yeah, I mean, it's cheap for Blue Alps, right? So that's what we're going for. That's what we were going for. So this thing though, yeah, you're right, the noise gate does look like it's cutting out. If I turn off the noise gate though, you're gonna hear a lot of background sound right now. Because the PC that I currently am streaming with, and I have another one that I could be streaming with instead of this one, is really loud. Like, it's fairly loud, so I just turned the noise gate off. So there you go. No noise gate on then. It's on now. How long roughly was R1 shipping? Oof, R1 what? Man, you guys are having a whole thing. I'm not going to add MX Blues to my Alps build option. I don't actually have MX Blues in any quantity capable of building a whole keyboard out of. Well, I do currently have some in my possession for a customer's build. In fact, I'm going to be building a board soon with MX Blues. Oh, a Discipline 65. We're going to build a Discipline 65 with MX Blues. So we will be building, no, with Cherry, not Greetech. It's Greetech. What are we looking at? What are we looking at that's going to be out really soon? Yeah, there's a ton of options for Alice clones. If you want my recommendation on #1 Alice clone, though, on #1 Alice clone, it's Rukia, and I'll show you why. You guys should just wait for R2 Rukia. I mean, Tengu is a really good option though too. I won't discount Rukia as a great option. But that's why. Oof. The Witcher, man, it hurts. It hurts when you say Lubrigante. No, this is Rukia. So that's the one. That's the one I would go for. Yeah, well, I mean, I think Rukia will probably come in colors. And if you want to hear good tactiles that aren't silenced at all, I think this is what you're looking for right here. The switches that are in this are Zycos. Which is partially Holy Panda, partially Zeal. Yeah. It's amazing. I would say that this is the one, and that's part of the reason that I would say it is actually that sound. That sound is intense. This board sounds fantastic. It is the best sounding Alice clone that I've ever played with. I built real Alices, more than one of them, on my channel a long time ago, but I have built a couple, and this board sounds better than actual Alice, for sure. Yeah, you don't SXVE, you don't purchase them. You buy Yox, you buy Panda or Clone, you buy Halo True, and you buy Zelio. So you need 3 fairly expensive switches, and you take parts from all of them and you put them together. So these are lubed. What is the full build of that board, plate and all? This is a Rukia with a brass plate, and I'm using Zycos as switches that are lubricated with 3204. Silence is fine, man. I'm not gonna hate it. I like those silent ones. But this is why, if you guys are talking about Alice clones and you're talking about wanting one, I recommend this board. I recommend this board, one, because Jack Static, his attention to detail is top notch. Really, it is. Now, the same can be said of Josh from Project Keyboards, though. I've seen his boards, and they are really good. But this Alice definitely sounds amazing. And I've seen Tengu before also. And Tengu is amazing. But none of the Alu options sound as good as this. And there are no other straight Alice design polycarbonate options. Tengu is very much like Alice, but it has slightly different shapes. And there is a PC option, right? So it will probably sound amazing too. But I know this one does. That's why I would recommend this. I mean, I'm not all about the R's, the G's, and the B's, but I like it. I'm also not all about, personally, I really am not all about Alice clones. Like, I don't type on this board a lot, but the sound is phenomenal. And if you want an ergo board, this is the one I would say to get. Subject to change, right? Subject to change based on future experience. But for right now, this is what I would recommend. And I would have no hesitation about it. Jax is a good dude. He has great quality control. His boards turned out fantastic. The dude has ambition and is trying to do new things. So that's about him, and that's cool. But the board itself is freaking awesome. There are some dimensional differences to Alice, right? It has this broken edge. I think the shape is ever so slightly different, but it looks almost identical to Alice in terms of the actual dimensions. I don't know if there's actually going to be Forged CF, right? But Forged CF would probably sound amazing. Ziggy, yeah, one sold for $1,000 last week. But there will be another group buy for round 2, and I don't want to quote exactly what the cost was because I don't remember and I don't have the email trail. But I want to say that this board, I think its actual retail price was $390 for the kit. I think that's what it was. It was right around 400. It may have been just over it, may have just been just under it. But if somebody put me on the spot, that's what I'd say it was. Am I right, BBB? Was it actually $390 on the nose? That would make me feel happy if I was that good. Yeah, not for everything. Obviously, SXVE. I don't know how into it you are, but that doesn't include obviously these keycaps, and that doesn't include the switches that are in here. And I put some crazy switches in here, and the switches are part of why this board specifically sounds so good right here. But my argument is that the resonance of this case is really good compared to most aluminum options. And let me do a comparison that is more apples to apples that will help you understand what I mean by that. So this is Rukia, right? This is Baka 60, with the exception of this switch and this switch. So not that one and not that one, but all the rest of these also Zycos, right? So now I want to help you guys I want to help you guys understand these sounds a little bit better. Both brass plates, so let's start there. Both brass plates, right? If I do this, B is where it gets, where my hand stretches out to from the mic, right? So let's give you guys some sound comparison. Immediately to Rukia. It's actually a little further away. Blame the keycaps. I mean, they're both rolling GMK keycaps. Literally both. Same brand of keycaps. Same brand of stabilizers. Same kind of switch. Same material for the plate. I don't know, I've heard Zycos are a meme. Of course they're a meme. Of course they're a meme. It's outrageous to build a switch out of 3 very expensive switches, right? Like, they're nearly Alps Brown cost, but they feel like they're actually not that bad. But they feel like Alps Browns too. If you want to compare them, if you do like the 78 gram option, I mean, I have Alps Browns in a keyboard. And Chewy and I spent a very long time at NorCal comparing them, and I'm telling you, it's there. And they are a meme for that, but they are awesome switches. But I'm not trying to compare the switches. What I'm saying is that the sound of this board is phenomenal, and the sound of this board is phenomenal because of the material it's made out of, because of the interior dimensions. So this is why I would recommend this board for a split ergo. That board is awesome. That's not really what I'm trying to say here. It's about the materials and the volume, right? And the sound profile that the board imparts to the experience. So the sound is amazing. The look is amazing. The quality control is great. I will say that with polycarbonate, you're going to run into issues like that are very difficult to see on camera, that you will have to live with as a result of just, yeah, it's like impossible for me to show you, but there are little micro scratches that show up on polycarbonate that you don't see on other things, on other boards. This is PVD coated, so mine's got fingerprints all over it. Huey did this right when he bought his, or right when Jax delivered it to him. Whatever. Yeah, its sound character is phenomenal. And we could do apples to apples with that, because we're comparing the same kind of switch. Right? Same kind of switch. Same kind of plate. Different case material, different volume, different specific board. Yep, the tofu shows them when they're RGB going on. It's just life, man. I like this, and I like this keycap set with these accents on this board. It looks good. I mean, even this is acrylic, right? So I got some fingerprints on there. Those will wipe off though. Take an alcohol wipe and it come all off. Melody is a beautiful board. I mean, hit up Jax, man. Talk to Jax Static and say, I want to see a black PC Rukia R2. Say that to him. What would I say is a good starter solder board? This is not a bad starter solder board if you like this layout. Available on AliExpress now. You can go buy one. It's called the Melody 96. It's 96 keys, so if you're afraid to step too far away from having a 10 key or having all of your discrete keys, this is good. Tofu acrylic. Buy a DZ60 or skip the DZ60, buy an ON-C, an AN-C. From Canon Keys, buy a Tofu 60 case. From KBD Fans, buy a plate, a brass plate from them. Buy some Zelios and some Zeal stabs. They're fantastic. You're coming in at under $400 with a case that where the whole case material is going to look like this, and it'll glow, and it'll do all sorts of things that you want it to do. I built like 3 or 4 or 5 maybe on my stream. You guys should check that out. Literally go to YouTube/IMEURU and search for Tofu acrylic, and you'll find a few hits. Benefit of ON-C over DZ60 is VIA. That's the advantage. VIA compatibility. Also, ON-C supports Alps if you decide you want to do Alps on some kind of crazy board build. DZ60's bottom row and second to bottom row are Swiss cheese. They support like every type of compatibility that exists. So if you don't use a fixed plate, or if you use a switch top removal plate like this, you may have to align your keycaps manually with a soldering iron on the back of the switch to get them to rotate correctly. I don't think that link worked the way you wanted it to, TSC, but if you just copy and paste that, it'll probably be fine. Yeah, so the DZ60, the 2 bottom rows are Swiss cheese, so your bottom row especially, you won't have a fixed plate probably if you buy it from there, so you'll have to align these switches correctly. It'll be a pain in the ass. Buy an ON-C, better. And if you want to do a 7U bottom row, then buy for $10 cheaper, buy the ON-C B stock, the ones that had a problem where only the 7U works. I like the DZ60. I have boards with the DZ60. This has a DZ60 in it, but I'm considering buying an ON-C just to redo, so then I get VIA. Because now a bunch of my boards all of a sudden became VIA. HBCP is VIA. I have my Salamander with Brown Alps is now VIA because it runs an H87A, so VIA, bingo. I have a bunch of other H87A PCBs, those run VIA. Bobby McBobby. That's a really good question. That's actually a fantastic question. What is my experience with E-White finish and how do I care for it? Care for it, I just wipe it down with a wet rag, I guess if it gets dirty, or an alcohol wipe. My experience with it looks something like this. This is one of the first customs I ever bought. So the very first custom that I ever bought was a KB75 V2, which is back there actually, and it has Otemo Skies in it, and it's junky. But this is the next custom that I bought, and this is E-White. So my experience goes something like this. The finish is fantastic, but there are, no, that's not a scratch or anything. There are tiny little inconsistencies, imperfections that show up in it. Here, if you look right there, there's a little nick. There's a little nick inside that screw hole. Inside the screw holes themselves, there are little nicks and inconsistencies. So E-White or E coating in general is not as good as the alternatives. In my opinion, it's less preferable than anodizing, and it's less preferable than Cerakoting, IMO. Cerakoting is more expensive. Anodizing is less visually appealing. My recommendation, if you wanted white, would actually be to go with Cerakote in white. It'd be way more durable. It would have way less problems. It would be easier to deal with than anodizing. But E-white is fine. Just, just don't ding them. Don't knock it around. But that's my experience with E-white. I like it. I would do it again. What is the advantage to VIA? Is it just live QMK? Yes, it's live QMK. Missing keycap, you're absolutely right. It's just live QMK. Like, you get to, in real time, modify the configuration of your board. You click something and it's modified. You do nothing else. Rip, I ordered the M65B milk. What's wrong with that, man? That's great. I have no problem with E-white, dude. E-white is great. It really is. Love it. Yeah, I like my E-white board. I would buy more. The biggest problem with white is that only so many keycap sets go with it. If you get dark colors, especially gray, here's the deal. If you get silver, gray, or black, your board will go with like almost any keycap set ever made. Any. Has my board yellowed? No, it has not. So I do have a little bit of saturation and gamma correction on my overhead cam, but the camera is calibrated and I have a LUT applied to it that is running a neutral color profile. If any of you guys know what that is, the lights have a color temperature, a specific color temperature that's adjustable. The camera is matched to that color temperature as of recently, not previous. And then I have applied a neutral color profile to it, similar to S-Log2. A little different. This is a Sony a6000, so it doesn't do that. That camera is an A7R2, so it can do that natively. But I am applying a color correction on top of the LUT to increase the gamma a little bit and to increase the brightness a tiny amount. But it's a white color correction, and if I turn it off, it looks something like this. So that's natural out of the camera, and it's running it's running no color correction on the camera. This is with the LUT on, right? So this should be color corrected colors. And then this is with my correction. So it's important to know that these colors are supposed to, I've tuned this recently actually, specifically to get you guys the most accurate colors I can with a camera. I don't have a color grading chart. I don't have an actual color board, a calibrated color board. Well, I have one, but it's not like the one to use. But I did download someone else's LUT for the A6000 specifically. So that's what I'm using. And it does look really good. And it does, honestly, in my estimation, look very close to what it should. Very close. It may be just a tiny little bit less bright on the green, and a little bit less bright on the red also. But it's not too blue, so it looks really good, man. Can I use a stack of printer paper if I don't have one? Oof. Yeah, I use a Sony Alpha 6000 as the overhead, and a Sony A7 R2 here. And the ISO is just too high for this whiteboard. And and it's not set to auto, so I'd have to go adjust it, which is easy enough. Actually, the ISO is base, so I'll close down the aperture a little bit. I went from f1.8 to like f2.8, I think. Oh, I have a color card. I just don't have like the best color card. Chanwick. Like, I'm trying to remember the brand. For real video color grading, there's like a specific one that basically everyone uses. I mean, they're both adjusted to the correct color temperature. But okay, we can do that. Actually, the greens look a little too green on the A7 R2, but just slightly. It does actually look more accurate. The reds are a little too dark. But it does look really, really close, too. It's not that much off, if it is off at all. Oh, it does look a little warm. I can... Actually, good fucking eye. That should look a lot better, actually. A good eye. It is just a little warm. It was like 200 Kelvin hot. Must have messed with it. Anyway. Yeah. This is gonna make you really want to get camping. Sorry, guys. Double camping, bro. Double camping. Round one all the way. Because that is the most beautiful, beautiful, beautiful thing that ever happened. And so is that. Oh, you guys aren't even listening to music with me. We're listening to music now. Full double camping rainbow. Nope. Full double rainbow would be like 2 sets of hand or bite. Right, BBB? Yeah, it means you're high. That's what full double rainbow means. Not just when you see a double rainbow, because plenty of people have done that, but when you do that, that's what it means. I know, BBB, I know. So anyway, guys, I gotta go. I gotta get ready to go. We have like, that thing took way longer than I expected it to. It is beautiful. I'm gonna put it back on the table because the build of the week belongs here, and it is actually a cool board, if I'm being honest. And for the money, well, for the money, you aren't gonna beat this. Not if you want something large and fairly nice. Before we go, we'll do the one thing that is obligatory. Needs to happen. Has to happen every time, right? This has to happen, sorry. £3, 1.1 ounces, dead. Well, not dead, because this thing only goes to 1 decimal after, so who knows. But dude, this scale is number one, is literally number one on Amazon in home goods. So like, they probably sell like 20,000 units a day. So a lot of people got that scale, but I'm glad to hear that you do too, because it's a good scale. All right, guys, it really has been fantastic. I really, really appreciate your guys' time, like a lot, seriously. And have a great night. Oh wait, one thing. Is anyone else streaming? I can't imagine they are, but I'm gonna make you cry. What am I gonna make you cry? Don't cry. Okay, no one else is streaming, so actually good night then. Bye, guys.